I'd like to call the Senate session. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 30, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons with the 12, Simmons with the 13th, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will a guest in the gallery and the senators please rise for the invocation to be given by Pastor Jennifer Baird from Jackson Revival Center in Jackson, Mississippi. She's a guest of Senator Solly Norwood. Following the invocation, it will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Norwood. Pastor Baird.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. This is the day that you have made, and Father, we rejoice and we are glad in it. We thank you for the Senate. We thank you for the men and women who have committed themselves, Father, to serving the great people of this state of Mississippi. We pray now that you would let them know that their work and their labor of love is not in vain. We ask that you bless them and bless their families, Lord, for their sacrifices. We ask that you would give generously to them your wisdom, give them wise and discerning hearts. Father, that we may skillfully govern our state, that they may solve problems, distinguish right from wrong, and bring order, stability, and prosperity to our state. Father, as you give your wisdom, we ask that that wisdom would produce within us creative ideas, innovative solutions to problems, new technologies and products. We ask that you surround the Senate with sound counsel and good judgment to make good decisions, that we may give back what is good and excellent to our community. We pray now for justice and fairness for the poor, for fair conditions for businesses to prosper, for families to flourish. We pray now that justice would reign in the courts of law, and we lift up all of those who were affected by yesterday's storms, those who lost housing, and Father, we pray that you would restore back to them better than what was lost. All of these things we pray and declare to be so in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Yes, glad to have you here. Thank you, Pastor Baird. Thank you, Senator Norwood. And the reading of the journal, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, committee report. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Message and petition. Committee report, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, for the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and the resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Introduction of guest. Introduction of guest. Anyone? Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure today to announce the Doctor of the Day over at Sparks Corner, also as the non-smokers table, is Dr. Paul Pavlov. He is a member of the State Medical Association and is the president-elect of the Mississippi Academy of Family Physicians, works at North Bay Family Medical Clinic. And even better, his son is an attorney, Matt, in Ocean Springs, which makes that even doubly special. So thank you, Dr. Pavlov, for being here. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, you neglected to bring one of his better accomplishments was to graduate from the University of Notre Dame. Senator Norwood.
Thanks, Mr. President. Introduction. This morning, Pastor Beard has with her Ms. Evelyn Edwards, Chief of Staff of the Jackson Revival Center. She's over at the smoker's table. The Senate will just make her feel welcome.
Thank you. Any other introductions? Any other introductions? Senator Chasnow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I request 4 floor privileges, please, for our delegation from Taiwan, the Republic of China, please.
The Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guests to the chamber floor.
And also for Commissioner Gibson. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we are very honored today to have a delegation from TECO, which is the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office. I would like to invite any of the senators who have visited Taiwan, any who are hoping to visit Taiwan, and any other people who are friends of Taiwan to please join us at the well of the Senate. Several years ago, I had the great honor of attending a trade mission, or being a part of a trade mission to Taiwan. It was very exciting to see what a wonderful country it is, ancient in culture, but filled with the spirit of democracy and freedom. Taiwan has an elected president, they have a parliament, so they're familiar with the sorts of things that we do in here. After that visit, they met with Commissioner Gibson, who then did a trade deal with them. So they're not only our friends, they are also our customers. They buy products from Mississippi, and we're hoping that we can expand this cultural exchange as well as this business deal with them. Today we have with us Director General Robert Lowe, who is the head of the Taiwan Economic and Cultural Office in Houston, Texas. And I would like to ask permission, well, let's see, I need to have a title read first, don't I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 546, a concurrent resolution encouraging further economic ties and friendship between the state of Mississippi and the Republic of China, Taiwan. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby A, express support for a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and Taiwan and for Taiwan's participation in the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. B, express support for Taiwan's meaningful participation in the International Crime Police Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the World Health Assembly. C, express support for Mississippi to establish a partnership with Taiwan through the National Guard State Partnership Program to build on our decades of mutually beneficial relations. D, express support for Mississippi Trade and Investment Office in Taiwan. E, celebrate the 43rd anniversary of the enactment of the Taiwan Relations Act and the 39th anniversary of the sister state relationship between the state of Mississippi and Taiwan. Be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be transmitted to the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Houston, Texas, as an expression of the sentiment of the Mississippi Legislature.
Mr. President, I would like to have permission for Director General Robert Lowe to briefly address the Mississippi Senate.
Deputy General Robert Lowe, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Mr. President, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Robert Low. I come from Taiwan. I'm the Director General of Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Houston. This is my first time to be here in Mississippi and in your esteemed legislature. So I have honor to thank you for your strong support to Taiwan. And I have a wish. My wish is that the great state of Mississippi can establish a trade office in Taiwan, because I would like to introduce your great state and your great people and the value of democracy, freedom, and human rights to Taiwan, and to introduce your great agricultural products to Taiwan, to Asia. And I will do my best to facilitate every kind of possible opportunity to promote the great state of Mississippi to our people, to our government, and even to the Asia, so that if this wish can come true, I think we can do better for our job, for our life, and even for the people and the government of great state of Mississippi. Thank you so much for your staunch support to Taiwan. I will do my best to make all possible opportunity come true. God bless for the people and the government of Mississippi. God bless Taiwan. Thank you so much.
Deputy General, thank you so much for coming. You got many votes here, as you can tell. We're so happy you're here. We value very much our relationship with you. It's brought back even more brightly with other things that are going on in the world. You should assume you have our complete support.
Mr. President, last night at dinner, we established the Friendship Coalition between the legislature and Taiwan. We invite you to join it.
Thank you. I would be pleased and honored. Thank you so much, Deputy. Okay, back to this country. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a special guest who is a World War II veteran from the great county of Lamar and city of Summerall. If you would we had asked permission for floor privileges for this delegation.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guest to the chamber.
And I would invite any of our veterans. I know Senator Hill and Senator Polk represent parts of Marion and Lamar counties. We'd love for you all to join us, and anyone else who is a veteran. I know Senator Barnett, Senator DeBar, any of our military folks. Senator Seymour, come on up. Okay, Mr. President, we have before us a true American hero, and I appreciate you and the Senate indulging us with a few moments of your time this morning. I know it's a very busy time of our year, but every now and then we have someone truly, truly worthy of our honor and our respect, I feel like, to come before us. And we have such a person here today. We have with us Mr. Henry Howard Bennett of Summerall, Mississippi. And he has done many things in his nearly 100 years. He has a birthday later this year in December. He'll be 100 years young, but his exploits range the gamut. So before I move further, if I could have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 59, a concurrent resolution recognizing the service and legacy of World War II veteran Henry Howard Bennett of Summerall, Mississippi, and extend the congratulations of the legislature for his award by the French government of the Medal of a Liberated France, the Legion of Honor, France's highest degree of merit, and for his upcoming knighthood by the President of France, and extend best wishes on his 100th birthday. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby recognize the service and legacy of World War II hero Henry Howard Bennett of Summerall, Mississippi, now residing at the State Veterans Home in Collins, and extend the congratulations of the legislature to Bennett and his family on the occasion of his receiving the Medal of a Liberated France, the upcoming bestowment of the Legion of Honor, France's highest degree of merit, and the upcoming bestowment of knighthood for Bennett by the President of France. And we extend the best wishes of the legislature on his upcoming 100th birthday on December 22nd, 2022. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Henry Howard Bennett and his family, forwarded to Mississippi's congressional delegation, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, if I could be indulged to read just a small portion of what is a very lengthy Senate resolution that'll give you just a taste of what Mr. Bennett has done for our country. He was what's called a nose gunner on one of the B-24s, which, not being a military person, I don't know what that means, but I read a little bit about it, and it's the gunner that sits on the nose tip of the bomber and tries to protect the plane and shoot down the enemies before the bomber is brought down. So he's literally the spear tip of many, many battles, 30 sorties over Europe during World War II. So part of this says Mr. Bennett was part of several battles and campaigns while participating in 30 missions over Europe during his military career from 1943 to 1945, with perhaps none more memorable than his mission on June the 6th, 1944, when his B-24 bomber flew low over Omaha Beach during the invasion of Normandy on D-Day. Bennett says that D-Day etched horrible scenes in his memory, which he will never forget, like how the waters and the tide along the beach were red with the blood of fallen Americans and his fellow servicemen. Despite accolades he's received after going from being raised as one of 16 children on his family's farm near Summerall to fighting in World War II to liberate Europe, Bennett maintains that he was simply doing his duty. While recalling his time as a nose gunner, Bennett spoke of one mission over Berlin when his plane took a direct hit during a barrage of anti-aircraft fire that Bennett said sounded like a hell on the tin roof. After his plane was hit, it rolled over and plunged like a rock before the crew was able to recover the plane at treetop level. Bennett said, "By the hand of God, he wasn't ready for me yet." Those are just a few of the many, many stories that we could tell and recite. And he has with him his family here. He was a part of a very large family. One of his younger sisters went to church. Or was Miss Lorraine older or younger?
She's 1 year older.
1 year older. Miss Lorraine Altman went to church with me at our little church in Summerall, and just passed away recently. But Mr. Bennett is a real American hero, homegrown here in Lamar County, and I just so appreciate his family being here. He's a resident of the Collins Veterans Home, and so, Mr. President, thank you for all the support you've given over the years to that fine facility. And with that, he just wanted to convey on behalf of the family, thank you to the Senate and to the state of Mississippi. And with that, we'll give him another standing ovation, and we'll let you get back to your business.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. You're the reason we're here. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, in the North Gallery, we have the Northwest Franklin varsity cheerleaders that are here. We did pass a resolution honoring them for winning the national championship in Orlando in game day competition. They are joined by their coach, Coach Hebert. Well, if you would, please help me make them welcome.
Congratulations, ladies. Thank you very much. Okay. You're dropping medals up there. All right. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Seeing none, we're going to the calendar. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 1, Senate nomination number 92, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 92, David John Machado, Biloxi, Mississippi, Mississippi Business Finance Corporation, term effective immediately and ending March 31st, 2027.
Ladies and gentlemen, this nomination came before our committee for Mississippi Business Finance Corporation appointment, and there was no derogatory information in the file, and he met the statutory requirements for the position, so it is the motion. We do advise and consent on the morning roll call, if there are no questions.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. On number 2.
I'd like to skip items 2, 3, 4, and 5 and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 6.
Item 6. 2, 3, 4, and 5 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 136, Christopher Daniel, Chris Sanders, Holly Springs, Mississippi. Mississippi Hospital Equipment and Facilities Authority as a representative of the 3rd Supreme Court District, remainder of a 4-year term effective February 4th, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Sanders appeared before the committee, and there was no derogatory information in the peer report. There was a question on qualification as a lector. He provided proof of his qualification in that regard, so it removed any question of that. There was no derogatory information in the peer report, so the motion is we do advise and consent on the morning roll call, if there are no questions.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you.
I'd like
Senator?
to pass on items through number 11, have them retain their place on the calendar.
7 through 11 retain their place upon the calendar. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 12, 13, and 14, and go to item 15. I'd like suspend the rules, take up items 15 through 22 in block, and ask the title to be read.
15 through 22, Senate. Do we have anyone wish to remove? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, on 15 through 22. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate concurrent resolution number 604, paying tribute to United States Army Korean War casualty, Private First Class Jimmy Rowland of Baldwin, Mississippi, finally laid to rest. Senate resolution number 56, commending the life of Ruth Antoinette Batten Campbell. Senate resolution number 57, recognize athletic and professional educator legacy of Coach Leon Campbell. Senate Resolution Number 58, commend Pascagoula High School Navy JROTC Air Rifle Team for winning state and regional titles and for all service competition. Senate Resolution Number 59, recognize service and legacy of World War II veteran Howard Bennett of Summerall, Mississippi. Senate Resolution Number 60, recognize career and public health leadership of State Health Officer Thomas Dobbs, MD, MPH. Senate Resolution Number 61, commend service of Michelle Blocker, ITS, on her retirement. Senate House concur Resolution Number 77, Russian invasion of Ukraine condemned.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, Senator, we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are all commending resolutions except for the very last one, which is where we condemn, or the House did, Russian invasion. That's basically the same bill that we've already passed. So if there are no questions asked for use of morning roll call for final passage.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Seeing none. Anybody wish to record as voting no? Present? Seeing none, all pass, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Local and private, Senator McMahon. Pass. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Senator Fillingain, 24. Okay, anyone on 24? Harkins, pass.
Yes, sir.
25. 25, Senator. 24 retains its place upon the calendar. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item 25 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill Number 2245, voyeurism, revised sentencing.
The motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Tabled. 26, DeBar. Senator DeBar. Pass. 27, Whaley. Senator Whaley is recognized. 26 retains its place on the calendar. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Speak on the bill.
Speak on the bill on 27, sir. Okay, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 27, call it up, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill Number 1065, nuisance animals, bring forward certain sections of law relating to.
The motion is to table the motion to reconsider.
Table the motion to reconsider. Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come before this body today with a little brief history. This issue has come about because of government intervention through our Ag Department in the late 70s. A portion of who is bringing this forth, our Department of Wildlife, a little history there. In 2016, as a freshman senator, I stood at this well and pronounced to this body that there was not full truth in the disclosure of our license fee increase. Our chairman gave his word that this money was going directly to new officers to fulfill positions that were not filled at the time in the department. That they misled him as well as they did this chamber. As of today, we have one less officer than we did in 2016. The salary increase from 2016 to today is went from 20 million to a request of 31 million for the next year. A little about the data about this bill. The hog population, or let me rephrase that. These numbers come from this, the Deputy Director of Wildlife. Since 2019 to the present day, there have been 4 citations written. In that period of time of 2020 to 2020, we had 149 permits issued. People that are going out there eradicating a problem that we have in the agriculture community. 130 permits, and this year's just getting started, and there's 34 permits already issued. That will pick up after turkey season, I believe. And lastly, this deals with your constitutional rights. Article 3, Section 12A of the Constitution, which I forgot to bring it up here with me, but it basically says the right to hunt and fish by traditional methods. In this bill, by that added amended language, which will restrict the ability of the man or the woman who catches or harvests that hog to bring him home alive, which is directly in relation to health purposes. As traditional means, as far as if you want to define it, the traditional means, the method, has been around longer than anyone can even remember. It actually started a family feud in West Virginia and Kentucky in the 1860s. With that, I would ask y'all not to remove the motion.
Senator Whaley to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to reiterate that wild hogs in the state of Mississippi last year had an estimated damage value of private property of over $63 million. This is a terrible issue in the state of Mississippi, and it's one that we need to get control of. I'd ask that you support the motion to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Number 28, Senator Harkins, pass. In conference, our appropriations, as you know, are delayed by the start of negotiations, which were delayed by the House of Representatives. And so we go to 122, I believe. 1 second, please. By 122, we pick up on 123. Chairman Harkins. Chairman Harkins passed on 123. 124, no conference report. 125, income tax, Senator Harkins. Pass. 126, sales tax, pass, Senator. Pass. 128, alcoholic beverages, refine the definition of qualified resort area. Pass? Okay. We go down then to Chairman McMahon, local and private. Pass. 130, 131, 132, Chairman Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
ARPA Rural Water Associations.
Ask to go to item 132 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1421, ARPA Rural Water Associations Infrastructure Grant Programs established under the Department of Health.
I move that we recommit for further conference.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Hobson. And he passes and retain his place on the calendar. All of these retain their place upon the calendar. We go to general bills. And the first one is Chairman Whaley. Chairman Whaley. We're on 145, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 145, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 606, Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, create.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that we had recommitted the other day, the Outdoor Stewardship Act. And we took a lot of the concerns and we went back and we went to the drawing table, and I feel like we were able to bring back a better product for you that addresses most of your concerns. I'll start with the board. The board will be selected of 4 members appointed by the governor, 1 from each congressional district, 3 by the Lieutenant Governor, 1 from each state Supreme Court district. We also will have the Executive Director of the Soil and Water Conservation Commission, the Director of the Department of Marine Resources, the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks Commissioner, the Secretary of State, the Commissioner of Agriculture, the chairs of the Senate and House Appropriations Committee, the chairs of the Senate Finance and House Ways and Means Committee, and also the chairs of the Senate and House Wildlife Committee will also be a part of the board as a non-voting members. That way we will have a little bit more discussion in the process to give you an added sense of, just confidence in the program. We also have the language that sets the priorities and improvement of state park and outdoor recreation features and trails is that is actually the first priority that will be set by the board. Supporting the public recreation and conservation efforts of the state agencies, counties, and municipalities. That was also taken into account. There is still the reporting mechanism that anytime a project is funded, it would be reported to those said chairmen that I named earlier. And that is a basic explanation of the bill, and I can yield for any questions and go any deeper if I need to.
Okay, Senator Thompson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Whaley?
I do.
Thank you, Senator Whaley, for your work on this. I know this is something that's been going on for a couple of years. I just have a few questions about the project selection process. Is that provided, set forth in this bill?
Yes, sir. Let me get to the exact language and I'll read that to you.
Well, you don't have to read it to me if you want to just summarize it. Does the board have any say in the project selection process?
So in the bill, it outlines the provisions of what can be and what cannot be. And also acquisition of property, there's a moratorium on that. That would be extended until 2024, so no real property could be acquired under this act until after 2024. So there are strict regulations and guidelines of what can be done on this. And like I said, improvements of state parks, outdoor recreation features and trails, that is actually the first one. Supporting the public recreation and conservation efforts of state agencies, counties, municipalities is the next. So,
is there any priority in this bill? Is there any priority given to projects on public land versus projects on private land?
It's not necessarily a priority, but it is the first priority on the list.
The first priority is public?
In the bill, yes, sir.
Public land. And then is there any kind of reporting or monitoring that's going to be provided by this board as to the success of these projects?
Yes, sir. After the projects are completed, there would have to be, I'm trying to find that exact language, but they would have to file a report back to the board on that project. So you would have to know what had been completed, how the money had been spent. And anytime the NGO completes a project, they would report fully within the project.
So the projects are actually being performed by NGOs, not by a state agency, is that correct?
It can be by a state agency, can be by NGO, it can be by all of them.
And for those in the room who may not know, what is an NGO?
An example of an NGO could be the Nature Conservancy, it could be Ducks Unlimited, Delta Waterfowl, those are just a few to name.
So these are, and these are all public monies that would be going to fund these projects, is that correct?
That's correct. These public monies would match federal funds, and some of these are as much as 95-5 or a 75-25 match.
Okay. And is there any kind of plan or goals that are being set forth, provided to these state agencies and NGOs to establish what their goals and priorities are?
Goals would be improving wildlife conservation in the state of Mississippi, clean water. Those are the type of goals that are going to be set forth with this.
But as of right now, there's no comprehensive planning set forth by this bill.
That would be set forth during the first meeting.
That's what the board's going to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your work on this. I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McCon, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. And Chairman, I appreciate your work on this. Being your former vice chairman, we worked pretty hard on it the first year, and now it's moved forward. And I know you and Senator Suber have worked real hard on this. But I have a few questions, and I guess my first question will be on line 293. We talk about an executive director of the Outdoor Stewardship Fund. Are we creating a new position in this? And I guess in context, as federal funds, guidelines become available, DFA or the executive director of the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Fund.
Let me go back to the executive director. Within the board setup and the 2%, there's an ability for them to use 2% of the funds to set the board up and to take care of the administrative issues. They have that authority of the executive director within that.
So we are given the authority to hire an executive director. That's just what I want to clarify on that.
Could be, yes, sir.
Okay. The other concerns I've got, and you know, I've told you my concerns. You and I have gone over this, and we've worked real hard to try to get to that. As far as our action, you've added additional House, Senate members to this, and those individuals are non-voting. Is that right?
That's correct, non-voting.
One of the voting people, I guess, looking at the voting members, those are just the ones appointed by Lieutenant Governor and Governor's office, correct?
That's right, and go through the advice and consent of the Senate Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks.
That's what I was going to clarify. It does come before this body, and it would be starting 25 and 26 would be the dates in which they would start rolling off and the 4-year terms would start.
That's correct.
I see on there that we've got some prominent state agency heads in there, and then we've got the Secretary of State. Is that because of the public lands, or what is that for?
To my understanding, the Secretary of State is also the land commissioner, so it would just seem to be a good fit to have the land commissioner on this board.
Very good. The other thing I see in there, and this just clarified, this board wouldn't be allowed to use eminent domain, correct?
No, sir.
I guess lastly in here, we're all a little skittish of these private entities, these private boards that are spending state money and taking the appropriation process away from this body. My question is, and this may be more of an appropriation chair question, if this body actually directly appropriated, just say $2 million to this fund with the direction to improve the state parks or to improve a certain wildlife area, would this body, this new fund, this new board, and the executive director be obliged to follow that direction?
I believe that would be a question for your appropriations chairman.
And I can get with him here in a little bit, but I'm very concerned if we get to a point where we're unable to control some of the actions, to know that we do have an avenue, and that is to stop the funding, of course.
That is
I just hope
correct.
we don't have $20 million in the hole when we get to that point.
And also with that point, the state auditor, this is completely within the state auditor's authority. The state auditor will be watching each and every one of these projects closely, as I hope that he was and as I know that he will. So I have full confidence in the state auditor as well.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question, Mr.
You here for a
President.
question, Senator Whaley?
Yes, sir, and yes,
Please
ma'am.
proceed, Senator Sojourner.
Thank you. I very much support the intent of this bill. I do have concerns with the accountability aspect of the bill. I have concerns that we currently have an agency that is tasked with conservation in this state, and I question why we're moving money away from that. I think I have an understanding politically, but I question why. My question to you would be this: is there anything in the bill that puts a cap on what individual projects can receive?
No, ma'am.
So if there are $20 million going into this fund, there is nothing that would stop one individual landowner in the Delta from spending $20 million developing duck holes that he will then turn around and use as a private funding mechanism for his personal use. Is that correct?
You know, I think that's a wonderful point, but I'm going to tell you where you're wrong. And I had those original concerns as well, and I've dug very deeply into this. And we put a key provision in this bill that it has to benefit the public. And I cannot see any instance where a private duck hole in the Delta for a large landowner is going to benefit the public.
Well, I can give you an example in Wilkinson County, Mississippi, if you'd like to come down there and see it sometime.
We'll work on that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You yield
President.
for a question, Senator Whaley?
Of course.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things based on some of the questions you've been asked. You were just asked that we have some people that are tasked with conservation already in this state. Being tasked with a role and being capable of carrying out that role are two different things. Wouldn't you agree?
I believe that this project, with this specific goal, would not be better suited with being with the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. I do agree with that.
Okay. And the reason I say that is not to besmirch who is tasked with it, but the whole purpose of a trust fund has been presented that we could draw down federal money specific, as we've seen in other states, that not only would they be tasked with conservation, they would be capable because they could actually go find funding outside of this legislative body and the taxpayers of the state of Mississippi. Is that correct?
You know, that's correct. Most of the federal grants that would be available through these matches in the 50-50 or the 95-5 or the 75-25, which are the typical matches, they're typically given that 30 to 90 days. So this is kind of a time-sensitive issue with that. And, you know, to that point, you know, we still have the regulations that are going to give us the oversight to that. So.
Okay, and I understand you added several members of this body, and I think that's great from an educational standpoint, but I think, as was pointed out earlier, there are 7 voting members, correct?
That's correct.
And each of those members, 4 appointed by the governor, 3 by the lieutenant governor, are subject to the advice and consent of this body.
That is correct.
I also would point out 2 things. One, on line 161. The board shall not approve any funding to any entity. When we start using any, we mean all of them. So any funding, $1, to any entity of which a voting member of the board is an executive member or employee. I think that's very important to point out. We appoint some people that are members of certain clubs, organizations, etc. That NGO is not going to get $1 based on this legislation to avoid hopefully playing favorites. Is that how you understand that passage?
I believe you're exactly correct, and I'll apologize for failing to mention that. As you stated, I have worked on this a lot, and I may be a little frazzled with this, so I do apologize for not mentioning that earlier.
Oh, no apologies. I'm just thinking that might be the strongest language in the bill we hadn't talked about.
I think it would help, yes, sir.
Okay. And then the last thing I would point out, because they do have to come to this body for seed money, if you will, up to 20 million. This body could give 0 to 20. And if they spend some, we could refill the tank or we could refuse to. But on line 188, there's a listing of 5 things. I would hope the listing would send a pretty good signal to this board of what's important to this body that's passing this law. The very first item being improvement to state park outdoor features and trails, recreation. The second being acquisition and improvement of parks in our counties and municipalities. First part being state parks, second part being parks of our counties and municipalities. Third being waters, public waters, access to public waters. So the first 3 major issues address public domain, public items. Then the 4th is privately owned ag lands that support conservation of soil, water, habitat. What's one of the biggest problems we have in this state is we have flooding, we have silted tributaries. This is a situation where potentially there's some money when, you know, I have an issue in one of my counties right now that it's not within the water district that could help them. It's up to the Corps of Engineers, but the Corps is not responding. This potentially opens the door for us to utilize federal money to address some issues that we get caught in no man's land, that the private agricultural landowner cannot address the tributary, the creek, the silt, whatever, the dredging, but yet we might be able to find a way to do that and not impact other people's land. Is that kind of the intent that you see?
My exact intent. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your work on this bill, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You're here for a question, Senator Whaley?
I do.
Senator Turner is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to scan through the conference report. Is this entity considered to be, well, does it fall under the Open Meetings Act?
I don't know why it would not. Give me 1 second. I want to answer that correct. Council advises me there's no reason that it would not.
And I was looking at near the end of the report, and I just kind of scrolled away from it. It's regarding the list of approved projects. I think the language reads, after the list has been approved, it is to be submitted to the Lieutenant Governor, and I think the various chairmen and other officials. Can the funds be expended? They can be expended once the list has been approved?
They can be expended prior to the list being, are you talking about being approved by the Lieutenant Governor or?
The board of the trust,
Yes, ma'am. The funds will be expended when the board approves the list. Yes,
and so the point is, I guess the receipt of the approved list of projects by these individuals, it does not require any approval by those who have received the list. There's no veto power, there's no authority to disapprove of any of the projects.
No, ma'am, it's not. And, we went back through that. Originally, we had the legislative approval in there, but what we found out was that since the time sensitive of the issues, and we went back and we looked at what the other states had done and what had been successful, and what we found was that there's typically a 30 to 90 day application period. So if we happen to not be here during the legislative session, these projects would not be eligible, and that would just be a hindrance on the program itself.
What about the federal funds? If they are applied for and approved, will the disbursement of the federal dollars have to be approved by the Appropriations Committee or the legislature?
No, ma'am, that is through this board.
And it sounds as if this is operating to some extent like the Emergency Road and Bridge Commission, perhaps, which, based on the reports that I've seen, that seem to function okay. I have not heard any complaints, but is that the same general type of premise here?
I didn't build it after that premise. I'm not as fully aware of that as I probably should be, but we have taken from other states what has been successful and what is not, and we have built what we think is going to be the most successful project that we can have here in the state of Mississippi.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
I have a few questions, Mr. President.
Are you here for questions, Senator Whaley?
Just a few.
All right, Senator England,
I'll
you're
keep it to a
recognized
few.
for a question.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. One thing that makes me uncomfortable about this bill, and I just want to let you address that for me with a question. I think Senator Turner Ford asked this maybe too, but I just want to be clear on it. The funds, let me ask it this way. Was there any discussion about this board coming up with these plans, whether it be to purchase property or do whatever with some of this money, and then present that plan to the legislature to allow us to appropriate those funds based on those plans?
Yes, sir, it is, but I think it's key, and I've said this a few times, and I'll say it again. You may have missed it, but to be eligible for these federal grants, which is the point of this bill, to establish this program, is to get the matching funds from the federal matching funds. And they are on a time-sensitive issue. And since we are a part-time legislature, the program would simply be unsuccessful if we went forward with that approach. That was our beginning approach, and we were proven wrong that would not work that way.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I know that you said it a few times, but I don't think we can say it enough, because that, to me, is the major issue here, is that some of these plans, we're designating $20 million of taxpayer funds, and we're given, I'm sorry?
Potentially 20 million.
Potentially, should we pass this, right? And there's these programs that have 30 to 90 day deadlines on them, where we have to apply and I guess provide funding to be eligible for that, but shouldn't have, are we building these plans as well just within those 30 to 90 days? So we're looking at all of this stuff in one, we're making sure that it meets these requirements, and we're only given 30 to 90 days on that? Do I not understand that correctly?
No, sir, you don't understand that correctly.
Okay, well,
What
please
I'm
explain
trying
that
to
to me.
say, you can work on your project, you can work on your plan, whoever the entity is that is working on this, they may have worked on this for 3 or 4 months before they are ready to submit. And once submitting, sometimes there's a 30 to 90 day window for approval. So if you're outside of the legislative session on that 30 to 90 day window, you have missed approval under that project.
Well, see, I wonder if Senator Whaley, and tell me if you think this would work, if we could have a plan that were presented to the legislature during the legislative session that may even be speculative in nature with some clawbacks on it, whereby we could look at the plan as a legislature and decide we're going to fund this, and if it doesn't go through, we have a clawback of it, but it still would have the legislature appropriating those funds. Was that a system that was ever looked at?
We have talked about that, and we have looked at this several different ways, but what I'm telling you, what I have before you now is the only way to still have an appropriations process available and this program be successful.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question that may sound familiar to some in here and to some of us on the coast. If the executive director or a board member has a family member or a friend with property somewhere in Mississippi that maybe they aren't getting the value for the property that they think they ought to be able to get, and they can submit a plan, is there anything preventing them from submitting a plan and having their property purchased and paid for by taxpayer dollars, and then the state own this property, and the only reason it hadn't been done in the first place is because a family member or a friend wasn't able to maybe get fair market value or what they thought value was on their properties? They turned to the taxpayers of Mississippi to pad their pocketbooks with that money.
One, under this plan, there's no acquisition of real property.
Until 2024.
Till 2024.
But so it is going to happen.
That is the first thing. And then the second thing, the board should not approve any funding to an entity or which a voting member or board executive member or an employee. So you've got that language as well. There are safeguards within this. You have the advice and consent status of the Senate. You have the legislative members on the committee as well.
Non-voting members.
And we also have the provision that the state auditor has full auditor authority over this project.
Okay, thank you, Senator Whaley. I appreciate your work on this. I'm always very concerned when we're diverting funds from the state coffers to a program in a way that allows it to bypass the appropriations and allocation duties that we have as legislators. But I do appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator England. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
For just one follow-up question.
Follow-up question. Senator Whaley, will you yield?
Of course.
Senator Sojourner, you're recognized.
Thank you. Listening to the questions from other senators, something came to my attention, and as chair of Wildlife Fisheries, I just want to make sure we're addressing it. I think it was said that just because we task an agency with something doesn't mean they're capable of fulfilling it, which gives me concern, because as a legislature, it's our responsibility to make sure those agencies are capable. So my question is this: are we looking at what we task Wildlife Fisheries and Parks with and making adjustments for things that I guess now we're realizing the department's not capable of doing?
Well, I'm not saying that they're not capable of that. I'm just saying that's not a good fit for this project under the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. But I will tell you this, and for the last 3 years since I've been the chairman of the Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks Committee, we have brought up the tough issues. We have had the tough discussions, and they have involved the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. I know there's problems there, and I've tried to address them. We have passed those out, and you've been supportive of those, and I thank you for that. We just simply haven't been able to get the movement on the other side of the hall on bringing some more accountability to that.
Sure.
So
One
I
last-
think that's a great point. I appreciate
One
it.
last thing, this $20 million, if Wildlife Fisheries and Parks is not capable or best capable of doing this, are we reducing their budget by $20 million?
Not that I'm not a part of the appropriations process on that. I'm not on appropriations, but I have not heard, and I'm being shaken, no, that is not correct.
Okay, so their budget's going to stay the same. So I guess we just need to look even closer at what they are doing with those monies now that we're creating an additional to fit a need they can't accomplish.
That is my intention, is to keep working on the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks and make it better for the state.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Senator Barrett, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've spoken about this bill, and I do appreciate all your hard work on it. It seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, the intent in this bill is to better parks, better the outdoor spaces of the state of Mississippi, correct?
It is for conservation efforts across the state of Mississippi. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and I just want to make sure I'm correct in this. I have constituents and a large river runs through my district. Is it possible that if in trying to clean up a waterway area, other areas could be negatively affected economically?
I'm not following what you're saying.
Is it possible that in trying to clean up or promote outdoor activities, state parks, things of that nature, that areas along riverbanks or waterways could be diverted? And I think that's the concern that many of us may have, is in trying to create a better outdoor Mississippi, are we going to affect some things that are currently in place now? And I was just asking you your opinion if you think that could happen.
I cannot think of one reason why that would happen. No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Barrett. Senator Butler, Kelvin. Senator, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr.
Were you
President.
for a question, Senator? All right, Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, all right, I guess my concern is, especially being from small town southwest Mississippi, that when the board is established, who decides, and I know you had a list of areas where, you know, that they would pay most attention to, but that board, does a project be brought to the board and said that this, we need to look at this, but how does that happen?
So whether it is a state agency, a county, a municipality, or the private sector with the NGO involved, they would submit the projects to this board. And the board would review them. And they would go through the priority list that is set forth in the bill, and they would grade the projects by that manner.
All right, now who are those folks you just said that would look at the projects and bring that information to the board? Who are those folks you're talking about? They're not part of the board, right?
No, you're saying who would submit the project?
Yes, yes.
It could be a county supervisors. It could be your city mayor, board of aldermen. It could be the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks, Department of Ag. It could be a multitude of different people. It could be the Nature Conservancy, Wildlife Mississippi. It's just a multitude of different people that it could be.
All right, now, again, you said we will have 4 appointments by the governor.
Yes, sir.
3 appointments by the lieutenant governor.
That's correct.
The 4 will be appointed by what?
One from each congressional district by the governor.
Right.
The 3 by the lieutenant governor would be from the 3 Supreme Court districts.
Okay. So
you would have representation from each region of the state, is what I'm trying to say.
And I get that, and you know, and as you know, a lot of part of our states are not doing as well, and I'm just kind of concerned about, you know, the small areas of the states getting left out when it comes to getting this money that a lot of my colleagues said we are talking about this, that we all kind of putting the money in the comforter, but we're kind of still getting left out. Does that make any kind of sense, Senator?
No, sir, it doesn't. Not in my opinion. We're going to have equal representation from each congressional district. It's the only way I know to do it. I come from small-town Mississippi, just as you do, the rural part of the state. So I am not going to bring forward anything that I think is going to negatively affect one part of the state over another. I'm not even going to be interested.
And Lord knows I've been around a minute and I understand that. And a lot of times when we have legislation that maybe starts that way, but it does not end that way, if you will. So I have a serious concern that, that we don't get left out in Southwest Mississippi because you have maybe, like they say, the muckety mucks, if you will, is that the ones that are putting in their projects, they're in early, you know what I mean, the projects coming in late. I got some serious concern about making sure that we don't get left out in Southwest Mississippi.
Well, I can understand that concern, but I'm going to tell you this, and the only way to combat that really is going to be that you have to have your projects in order. You have to know what you're working towards, what your goal is, and as long as the merit is there with the goal, I don't see how they could be not taken into seriousness with this based under the priority list.
Okay, all right, another question. Now, how does our folks know, how would they get the info that, all right, this new legislation has been, how would they know that we time to start getting the information in to the board?
Well, my suggestion would be for you to go and let your people know. I'm going to let my people know back home. I'm going to say that this board is going to do that. These non-governmental entities are going to do that. The counties, the cities are going to find out about it. We just got to get out and let them know.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McCon. For what purpose, sir?
Last two, I promised.
All right, were you for a question, Senator?
Thinking about it.
All right, well, you need,
Go ahead.
you were right. So,
You have it right, I agree.
Senator, you're recognized, Senator McCon.
Upon, and I'm going to start with the auditor coming into play. If a private, nonprofit were to come into this fund or submit an application to this fund, and then from that submission, we're awarded a fee, an amount, just say $1 million. Would that private nonprofit then would be waiving their right to privacy? They would be basically pledging that they would submit all books to Shad White, or would it be limited to just the project itself? Because I would think that with us playing in federal dollars and state dollars and bringing in an auditor, that technically the money, the books would be subject to the auditors delving into. Would you, I know you won't know that answer. We won't know this answer until it's in play, but I do believe that may be an option that's out there. Shad White could technically go into those books altogether.
Well, I appreciate you asking me that, knowing that I wouldn't know that legal question right there.
That's
But
not legal.
If you give me just 1 second, I'll try to find you an answer where I can.
He's ready. Where's he at?
One moment.
Council's advised me that yes, they could be audited, but I'm going to tell you that a 501c3 will have to provide the full audit itself, so.
The full audit to the, all right.
That's right.
Last thing, and I know you've heard me ask this question at least 3 times in our meetings over the last 3 years. Often these funds buy land for conservation purposes. We're not talking about eminent domain. We're talking about the purchase. And as anybody in here that has a rural county with a low tax base, there are concerns about shifting that tax burden to the other landowners in that county. Is there any protection in here or any way to compensate that county for the taking of 1,000 acres in a very rural county that's very poor? Because me as a landowner, I don't want to pay the additional burden for those ad valorem taxes when we're putting in somewhere for somebody to go hunt.
Projects that acquire property shall not be considered for approval until after July 1st of 2024. And if you'd like, we can come back at a later date and we can look at this again as far as extending that out, I'll make that, if I'm still here, I'll make that pledge to you.
Thank you, Chairman. That's just a concern I've got.
Yes, sir.
Shifting the tax burden.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Whaley, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the conference report by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Seymour. Butler. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Thompson. Present. Barrett. England. McCon. Hill. Anyone else present? McDaniel. Sojourner. Chisholm. Anyone else? I got McCon already. Present. McMahon. Who is that? Wiggins. Is present? Present. Okay. Present. Wiggins. Just 1 second, please. Did Senator Wiggins vote present? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Moran, yes. You're already on the morning roll call. Anybody else? Senator Polk, what was your bill? What was your vote, sir? Yes. Okay. Anyone else? Butler, present. He's on the morning roll call, so yes. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Whaley. I know you spent a lot of time and effort on this. I appreciate you bringing this to fruition. A lot of unanswered questions we'll answer as we go forward. Thank you very much for your time and expertise. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Senator Simmons. One moment, Senator Blackwell. For what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to, on behalf of Senator Simmons and I, we would like to introduce McEvans High School. We have, would you please stand? We have Makisha Phillips and Jake Miller, and we also have students, they're juniors and seniors, and please give us a warm welcome. Thank you. Welcome to the Senate.
Thank you, and welcome to your Senate. All right, Senator Blackwell, we're on 146.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 146, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 657, Medicaid, delete freeze on provider reimbursement rates and provide for prior review of certain actions by the division.
Request to be allowed to present the conference report.
You're recognized to present the conference report, Senator.
This bill in front of us, 657, let me just go through a little bit of the history with you. We passed a bill earlier in the session, Senate Bill 2658, which had a good number of provisions in it. The House declined to take that up, sent us a bill over. We did a strike all, put all that language from 268 in it, as well as requests from other bills that we had passed over here and the House did not take up. So this was sort of an omnibus bill that the House sent back to us. They did add a couple of things that we did not originally approve over here. One of them is it allows planning and development districts to be reimbursed for case management services at the maximum rate approved by CMS. And the other was requires Medicaid to inform the chairman of Medicaid of any plan changes to the state plan amendment. Otherwise, everything else is as we'd sent over. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Request for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voted is voting no. Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else on no? Present. Present, anyone? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask immediate release.
Immediate release is requested. Seeing no objection granted. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item 14, JR, Joint Resolution Number 1. Ask the title be read.
Number 14, Senate. Request to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, please proceed.
Please read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Joint Resolution Number 1, Mississippi House of Representatives, reapportion.
Make the usual motion,
The
Mr.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm standing here to show you that the House has taken up our resolution and passed it. So I would like to do the same. Actually, they did it with no questions. So if no questions here, I would move for adoption by the use of morning roll call.
Any questions? Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. President voted no. No Simmons. Thomas. Butler. Kay. Jackson. I got you, Kelvin. I got you. Yes, sir. Albert. Butler. Frazier. Norwood. I got you, Albert Butler, please, ma'am. Anyone, Jordan? Jordan is a no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Any present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator England, for what purpose?
I'd like to announce a pair on that vote, Mr. President.
Please.
If Senator Rod Hickman were here, he would vote no, and I vote aye.
Pear, Hickman, and England. Okay. Bill passes. Thank you very much. We go to Chairman Parks.
One more thing, Mr. President, if I may, the House got immediate release on our bill. I ask that we do the same.
Immediate release is requested. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Parks. Senator Parks. Retain his place on the calendar. Senator, we go all the way down to Senator Branning, 156 Senate.
I'd like to go to that item, call it up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill Number 2507, Mississippi Transportation Commission repayments to a public entity that advanced funds may not include interest or other fees.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report, please.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
We're just simply back to the Senate language. As you know, in many bills, the House added a reverse repealer, and we just removed that in conference. The premises of the bill is that the purpose was to remove the ability of the Transportation Commission to utilize the help bonds that were on the books for a long time. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Branning. Bill passes. We go to Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan passes. One moment, please, ma'am. I think we don't have conference reports all the way. Senator Branning, almost all the way to the end. We go all the way. I don't think we have. Senator Branning, you're recognized. No,
Thank
I don't
you,
know
Mr.
that we have any
President.
other reports here on the general bill. Senator Branning?
I'd like to suspend the rules and go to items 180 through 183 and take those up in block.
Okay, 180 to 183. One moment, please. Okay, I have you here. Okay, anyone want to remove one? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 180, 181, 182, and 183. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 118, James Morris, Jim Richards Jr., Ridgeland, Mississippi. Commercial Transportation Appeals Board, remainder of term beginning February 4th, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2022, Vice Dolph Bryan. Senate nomination number 119, James Morris, Jim Richards Jr., Ridgeland, Mississippi Commercial Transportation Appeals Board, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2026. Senate nomination number 146, Curtis Leon Kurt Hebert Jr., Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission, remainder of term beginning March 10th, 2022 and expiring June 30th, 2022, Vice Michael Williams. Senate nomination number 147, Curtis Leon Kurt Hebert, Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are simply nominations for, the first one for the Commercial Transportation Appeals Board, Mr. James Morris Richards Jr. of Ridgeland. No derogatory information came forward about him. The committee voted unanimously to advance him. And the second nominee is Mr. Kurt Hebert from Madison for the Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission. There was one notation about the statutory requirement on this nomination, but all of the questions were answered by the committee in a satisfactory manner, and we also unanimously voted to advance that nomination before the full body. So if there are no questions, my motion is going to be passage on the morning, or that we do advise and consent on the morning roll call.
No questions. Seeing no questions, morning roll call has been requested. You want to object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, all are passed. Thank you, Senator Branning.
Thank you. That completes the work of the Transportation Committee. Thank you to the members, to Ian, to Deborah, and to Andrew for your work this session.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate your good work. We have some very favorable things from transportation this year. Senator DeBar, I'm sorry, we go to Chairman Bryan from 159 to 179. We just did Chairman Branning, so we go back to Chairman DeBar, and we're on 184 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is to suspend the rules to take items 184 to 187 up in block.
I think we're on the calendar. We don't need to suspend the rules, I believe. Yeah, and then block we do. Any objections to anyone in block? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr, you're recognized. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 156, Mary C. Warner, Saltillo, Mississippi State Board of Education, unexpired term beginning June 4th, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2026, Vice Sean Suggs. Senate nomination number 53, Jennifer Jackson Whittier, Brookhaven, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School Authorizer Board, term effective July 1st, 2022 and ending August 30th, 2022. Senate nomination number 154, Jennifer Jackson Whittier, Brookhaven, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School Authorizer Board, term effective August 31st, 2022 and ending August 30th, 2025. Senate nomination number 155, Kimberly Remack, Olive Branch, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School Authorizer Board, term effective August 31st, 2022 and ending August 30th, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. President. These Senate nominations, Ms. Werner's Senate nomination 156, she's the initial appointment to the State School Board. She is the Speaker's appointee. She was spoke very favorably by Senator McMahon, and she came highly recommended by the committee. The peer report indicated no derogatory data, and has definitely a teaching background as well as a business background. The other two nominees, Ms. Whittier and Ms. Remack, are reappointments to the State Charter School Board. They had come before the board on several occasions, or last year and the year before, so they have been before the board. There was no derogatory data. There's no information that would lead the committee to believe there's any reason to not advise and consent. The committee recommended as such, and that is my motion this morning, that we do advise and consent. And I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the nominees? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
Motion is we do advise and consent.
Advise and consent by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator DeVar. I'm sorry. Simmons? Present. I'm sorry, I missed your sign. Simmons, present. Anyone else? Okay, bill's passed. Chairman Seymour, 188.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 188 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 68, BG, retired, Norman Gene Hortman Jr., Hattiesburg, Mississippi Veterans Home Purchase Board to represent the state at large. Unexpired four-year term effective August 2nd, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. Vice, Mr. Joe Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The nominee come before the committee, answered all the questions. There was no derogatory information. Our motion was to advise and consent, as well will be mine, that we advise and consent by the use of the morning roll call.
Okay, first for questions. Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Board is voting no. Present. Seeing none, confirm. Chairman Barnett, you're recognized. 189, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked that we take up items 189 and 190 on today's calendar in block.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 103, Anthony Conrad Montgomery, Biloxi, Mississippi, President Industries Board, representing the banking and finance position, unexpired balance of the four-year term effective September 8th, 2021 and ending May 5th, 2022. Senate nomination number 104, Anthony Conrad Montgomery, Biloxi, Mississippi, President Industries Board, representing the banking and finance position, four-year term effective May 6, 2022 and ending May 5th, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of this body, I know that this is something that I'm not accustomed to. I think it's the first time that it's been done since I've been here. And as that, I'm asking this body to do not advise and consent on 189 and 190 on today's calendar. There was numerous attempts to reach out to the gentleman whose name is before us. We tried everything at our disposal to get this gentleman to come and meet with us either in person or via Zoom. All attempts failed to get this gentleman here, so I'm asking that this body do not advise and consent.
Questions on the nominees? Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator? Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. So they made it through committee without responding to the committee, and now they're on the calendar?
Well, they made it through committee without, they did not respond to anything, so phone calls or anything, so.
But y'all chose to go ahead and confirm them in committee?
We did not confirm them in committee.
Okay, well, how'd they get on the calendar?
Well, I'm not sure of that, but
I
we did
mean,
not.
maybe I don't know the rules, and I'm not saying I do, but I thought they had to go through some committee before they got on the calendar.
Well, we did not confirm them in committee, and that was noted in our laws in committee as well. So I don't know how they got on the calendar.
I think we better find out.
Okay, Senator, your motion is not, I'm sorry, Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Sorry, I moved on you, Mr. President.
Senator Sparks, I'm sorry, you're not Senator Wiggins.
Just wanted to clarify, and I think the chairman has said this, we did not take the nomination up in committee. We adjourned without voting on it. His motion is do not advise and consent. That's what has happened. I just want to make, I guess that's more of a parliamentary inquiry. That's what we're doing.
It says do not advise and consent on the calendar.
So now we have to pass this to do.
Senator Simmons?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes.
The question is it properly on the general calendar if it did not pass out of the Senate Correction Committee?
I was afraid you were going to ask that. One moment.
It doesn't. So why do we do all the committee work if They should bring it straight to the general counsel. So why are we passing everybody out?
We vote yes.
We didn't.
No, we vote yes for it. The motion is do not advise.
But why is it even on the calendar? It never passed out.
I thought we did. Lydia says we did. Okay, I didn't think so. Let me go back and watch.
Let's table it then just a minute and let's find that out. We never took it.
I have a faster room. Are we doing okay?
We just went 26. So
Where's my?
no, we're with. Hey, you with me on Mississippi song? You with me on the one Mississippi song? Yeah, he with me. He with me. I got it. You got to be with me. Support me, bro. No, you can be with me. Not the one Mississippi song.
The study committee?
The study
The
committee.
study committee? And, and.
The song.
Senator Simmons, let's go, boys. We got to move along here. Senator Simmons, according to the chairman, there was a motion that was approved in the committee not to advise and consent. That put it on the calendar. Had there not been any motion, we would not be on the calendar. You're correct. Senator England.
A friendly question, Mr. President.
To you for a question, Senator.
Yes.
Senator Barnett, so the motion is to not advise and consent, which means if we vote aye on the morning roll call, we are voting with you as the chairman not to advise and consent, correct?
That would be a question for legal. And I'm going to say this, yes.
That's correct. Okay, thank you.
So, Chairman, to vote with the chairman on aye would be not to advise and consent. Noes would be to avoid, to vote against the chairman. Okay, all right, Chairman, any other questions? Okay, Chairman, we're ready for your motion.
I'm asking this body to vote on 189 and 190 on today's calendar, not to advise and consent. Do not.
Okay, is that a roll call? I mean, is that morning roll call? Okay, we're going to the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone request to be voting no? So by voting aye, the chairman is sustained.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any presents? 1 second, sir. Any present? Senator Hobson? Okay. Seeing none, advise and consent is not granted. Go to Chairman Bryan.
Mr. President,
Pardon me?
I would just like to say before I leave the podium that I think this ends the work for corrections for this year. And I would like to thank Ethan, Ms. Harley, my committee assistant, Mr. Anita Jackson, and all of those who are present on our corrections committee for all of your hard work and for this body and your consideration on the legislation that we've passed out of here that I think that's now in the hands of the governor. So thank you all for your hard work this session, and we look forward to working with you all in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Barnett. I would remind all of the Senate, any general bills not suspended by H.R. 89, the suspension resolution we got from the House that you have adopted, that have been recommitted for further conference are to be refiled tonight by 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Okay, Senator Polk, you're recognized. Whoa. Is there any announcements? I apologize. I'm sorry, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We expect that many of the appropriations conference reports will be ready first thing tomorrow morning. They're working on the bills as we speak, and so I would ask all conferees on both Senate and House conference reports to, at 9:30 in the morning, to go to 216 if it's a Senate bill, and go to room 201 if it's a House bill, to look at the conference reports and make sure you're satisfied and sign off on those. Do not sign any unless the chairman has signed them first. Thank you. And hopefully tomorrow, just to give you an update, Mr. President, if I may, hopefully the rest of the bills will be getting worked on tomorrow as we come in. The rules have been suspended, and these have all been recommitted to, so we would be able to take them up same day to get a lot of those bills off the calendar tomorrow. The other ones, hopefully we can get typed and presented so we can have them available late tomorrow, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, for what purpose, sir?
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance will meet at 11:45 in room 216 to take up one nomination. If you're on finance, please come on down so we can have a quorum and go on to lunch. Thank you.
11:45. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just asked an unusual request. We had a lot of damage in McLean in Greene County yesterday. A lot of houses damaged, churches damaged, a lot of people that are now homeless, and I just asked the Senate to keep them back home in their thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeBar. We were blessed not to have a loss of life, but a lot of other loss. Okay. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Seeing none, we go to Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Okay. Senate, come to order. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we move to items 194, 195. That was on today's calendar. I want to move to reconsider the vote by which Senate declined to advise and consent on 189 and 190, Senate nominations 103 and 104.
Okay, okay, well, Senator moves with suspend the rules, go to items 194,
189.
189 and 190? 189 and 190. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Substitute motion is to recommit to committee.
Move to recommit which? Both bills? Recommit. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Recommitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we have a corrections committee meeting right after recess in room 409.
409, after recess, corrections, okay? All right, what other business do we have? No further business? Senator Pope, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2:30.
Senator Pope moves we stand in recess at 2:30. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senate stands in recess until 2:30.
call the Senate to order. Apologize for the delay to the Senate. We were signing, with the governor signing the teacher pay raise that you paid, that you passed. Congratulations, it's now law. So we will start with Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 125, House Bill 1108.
Which number is that, sir?
Number 125 on today's calendar.
Okay. Senator Hickman, did you, for what purpose, Senator Hickman? Senator Hickman?
Introduction out of order at the appropriate time, Mr.
Go
President.
ahead while we're shifting to 125, sir.
Mr. President, we have visiting with us in the West Gallery, the person who I think has missed me more this session than anybody else. I have my paralegal, Ms. Jasmine Stewart, visiting in the West Gallery. Would you please stand, Jasmine, and Senate, please make her welcome at this time.
We may need to ask her if she agrees with you. Senator Harkins, you're recognized, 125.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Suspend. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1108, income tax, authorized credit for certain railroad reconstruction replacement expenditures.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the conference report for the railroad tax credit for reconstructing and reworking some of those lines that are in dire need of rehab. This is an $8 million tax credit. It is capped at $5,000 a mile. Is the lesser of 50% of eligible taxpayers' qualified new rail infrastructure expenditure, and is capped at $1 million per rail served. This is a 2-year repealer on this, and this also has a language on a fee in lieu. In Section 2, it goes into a fee in lieu project that I believe is a solar project in North Mississippi that is looking to provide a competitive rate on fee in lieu, and it does not require the locals to do this, but it gives them the option to do 1/10 of the project. It's on line 170. 1/10 of the project. It has to be entered into before July 1st of 2023. So they've got about a year, a little over a year, to enter into an agreement and start construction on this project. So it does allow them to do that 1/10 on the fee in lieu. And there's also a provision that allows them in Section 3 that after the fee in lieu period is over, they may have an exemption on the ad valorem taxes for this project for 1/2 of the true value of the property for the next 10 years. But this is something that has to be entered into before July 1st of 2023. And then Section 4 of the conference report addresses an issue that allows the supervisors of a county and municipalities to enter into, I guess it's an ad valorem way to give them a little partial ad valorem tax exemption on land. So when they're developing land for neighborhoods, they don't go in and tax all the lots at value. It gives them an opportunity to maybe do a section of it without putting too much of a burden on the development. In some of our rural parts of the state, it's a little more difficult to go in and build a neighborhood, where in our suburban areas, you have 40, 50, 60 lots that get developed, and they get purchased within a year, and you don't sit on, the developer wouldn't sit on 40 lots and pay an ad valorem taxes on 40 lots at an improved rate. So this is just helping our more rural areas of the state be able to develop some neighborhoods and not put such a burden on the development that they can't go in and do that. So that is the explanation of the bill, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I use request adoption on the morning roll call.
We have a number of questions, Senator. We'll start with Senator Butler Kay. For what purpose, sir?
Just a question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator.
I do.
Senator Butler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Harkins. I think I asked you this before. I was kind of concerned about what lines were we talking about
These are, in the bill, it says Class 2 and Class 3 railroads located in Mississippi. It's about
Okay.
1,100 miles of those rails, I believe, is what I've been told.
So these short lines,
Short line rails.
so is there any way we can know what lines those are? You know,
I can try to provide a map for you where they are. I don't have it with me, but I just know they're all over the state. Lines are running all over, and basically this is providing a tax credit for them to help rehab
all of the lines, all
Yeah,
over.
it's not a specific area. It's open to any of them and all of them. And they actually, they have to spend the money first in order to get the tax credit. They don't, it's not a give it to them first and then see if they come. It's they have to actually produce the invoices, receipts from doing the work, and then they get the tax credit afterwards based on the eligible expenditure.
thank you, Senator Harkins. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, thank you, Senator. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order at the proper time.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Barnett, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I certainly do.
Please proceed, Senator Barnett.
Thank you. Chairman Harkins, wouldn't this bill help smaller communities that has a small railroad that comes in and is able to help them get their goods out to the major lines like Norfolk Southern, Kansas City Southern, and all of those places?
I think that's the intention. I think we're looking to put some investment in rail. Rail is an important part of a lot of businesses across the state, and we're wanting to make sure that our rails are able to support goods and services being sent around. So yes, I would say so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd, for what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction out of order at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose, please?
Question, please.
Will you for question, Senator?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm looking at the short title, and it says, to provide that any unused portion of the tax credit may be carried forward or provide any unused portion of the tax credit may be transferred to another taxpayer. Can you give me an example of how a tax credit in this railroad deal could be transferred to another taxpayer if it was an unused tax credit?
If somebody had a tax liability and wanted to pay for it, they would buy it from the company.
So we're selling tax credits now. We're allowing companies to
There are a
sell
lot of
tax
them.
credits.
There's a lot
I mean,
of
I'm
tax
just,
credits.
is this
It's standard.
something that we already do?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So the other question I would have is, when you're talking about the subdivisions?
Yes.
And you were talking about a developer in the ad valorem?
Yes, that's in
I wasn't
section
quite clear
4.
on that. Can you kind of
Yeah,
brush back
so
over that?
It just says that the Board of Supervisors and the governing authorities in a municipality may provide partial ad valorem tax exemptions on land for non-residential purposes that are being converted. So if you have
Non-residential?
non-residential, or if they're being converted to a residential. So if you have agriculture land and somebody's wanting to put a subdivision in and they go and start putting in streets and lots and everything, they can give them a partial exemption so they don't, if they go and put 20 lots in, they're going to be charged ad valorem at the normal rate of a developed lot. And so if you're trying to, if you want to encourage some development in your area, but you may not have the absorption like you have in the suburban areas where, you know, you may put 60 lots in and 50 of them get bought the first week. Well, if you only have 5 of them bought and it takes a longer time to develop it, then you're going to be paying ad valorem tax year over year on all those developed lots. So it's hard to go in and put one little street in a neighborhood. You need to go run sewer. You got to run a pretty good significant amount of it and put streets in. But if you want to try to encourage people to build subdivisions or, you know, do some development, it's going to help rural areas that do not have the absorption rate that suburban areas have. So, I mean,
So they're just going to credit them for the difference in the assessed value of the improved properties, what it looks like?
Yeah,
because it's going to be worth more once they improve it. So they're just going to credit them for the difference in what they put into it, basically, in the assessed valuation.
Correct.
Okay. One more question. I haven't seen any email complaining about these tax credits from the Parents Campaign. Have you?
No.
Thank you.
Questions? Any questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator, on 126.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One
I'd like
second
to-
before you start, I think we got
Sure.
Senator Horn had
Go
an
ahead.
introduction.
That's it.
He's good, and then Senator Boyd had an introduction.
I think it's 31.
I'd like the Senate to help me welcome a dear friend of mine and a friend of this body, Ms. Kay Medetol from Sardis. Thank y'all.
Great to have you here, Ms. Kay, and we miss your husband, as I know. Great to have you here. Okay, let's see, where were we? Senator, we're on 126.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 126 and have it retain its place on the calendar, along with 127, and go to item 128, Senate Bill number 2063, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2063, alcoholic beverages, revised definition of qualified resort area under the local option alcoholic beverage control law.
Use your motion.
Motion is we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 128.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the qualified resort area bill that is starting to look a lot like a tag bill. If you have a copy of the conference report, basically this is the kind of a combined effort on both sides in just one omnibus bill instead of having several. These are the areas that are going to be designated as a qualified resort area. On line 448 is where it starts. A municipality where Interstate 20 passes over Highway 15, a municipality that is bordered in its northwestern boundary by the Pearl River, traversed by US 49 and 20. It's located in a county that voted against coming out from under the dry law, municipality in which Mississippi 28 and Mississippi Highway 29 north intersect, an area bounded as follows with the municipality that runs through Interstate 22 and Mississippi Highway 15. Also a municipality in which Highway 43 and Highway 80, the Coliseum municipality in which Highway 72 passes over, and over Highway 45, piece of property on the northeast corner of the T intersection where Builder Square Drive meets Mississippi Highway 471, clubhouse associated with a golf course, tennis court, related facilities, and swimming pool and related facilities located on Oaks Country Club Road, less than 1/2 mile east of Mississippi Highway 15. And any facility located on a piece of land that has a description there that I will not go through. Another facility located on a particularly described land that I will not read, that has the description there for you if you'd like to read it. There's also a facility that consists of at least 5,600 square feet being heated and cooled, along with a lakeside patio consisting of at least 2,200 square feet patio as part of the facility, located and adjacent to or close to the proximity of the facility. Includes a catering kitchen and green room for entertainment preparation, and is used for a fee to host events. Is located in proximity to 9-acre lake on property that has 120 acres, a county traversed by Mississippi Highway 15 and Mississippi Highway 278. There's also a municipality of population in excess of 1,000 according to a federal decennial census, which is located in a county that's traversed by Highway 84 and 98, and has not voted to come out from under the dry law. The clubhouse associated 9-hole golf course, tennis courts, related facilities, swimming pool near Highway 82 and between Highway 15 and Highway 9. Downtown area, eastbound Service Drive, Commerce Street, 2nd Street, Court Street, adjacent properties in the municipality through which run Interstate I-55, Highway 51, and Highway 306, and all parcels zoned for mixed-use development located west of Mississippi Highway 589, more than 400 feet north of Old Highway 24, and east of Parkers Creek and Black Creek, and south of J.M. Burge Road. And It says that the governing authorities of the municipality described in whole and part in items, let's see, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 46, and 48. This paragraph may by ordinance specify the hours of operation, facilities offering alcoholic beverages for sale, specify the percentage of revenue that facilities offering alcohol beverages for sale must derive from preparation, cooking, and serving of meals and not from the sale of beverages, and designate the areas in which facilities offering the alcoholic beverages for sale may be located. So it's giving the locals power to determine where in the hours of operation these facilities will be. That is an explanation of the bill. There are no questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
You're for a question, Senator Harkins.
These don't require a vote, correct?
There's some that do. Hang on.
So it's mixed?
One moment, please, ma'am.
Newton and Richland require a vote.
Okay, those two do, but the other ones don't?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. All the questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Hill. Frazier. Seymour. Norwood. Chisholm. Present. Anyone present? Anyone present? Sparks, present. Anyone else? Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
To announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator Branding was here, she would vote no. I vote aye.
Branning, no. Blunt, aye. Senator Suber, for what purpose?
Announce a pair.
Please proceed.
Never mind.
No pair, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Everyone voted? Everyone voted. Seeing that, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. We're back to you, Senator Harkins. Senator Sparks, would you ask Senator Harkins if he has another one? Are you good? Are you good? Okay. Senator Harkins. We go to Senator Bryan.
I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of the conference report on item 157.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 157. Chairman Bryan, House Senate Bill 2820.
I move adoption of the conference report. I ask the chair to recognize Senator Polk, and at the end of the debate, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
We need to read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2820, COVID-19 Hospital Expanded Capacity Program requiring Department of Health to establish and administer.
That's really good, Jack. Congratulations. Okay. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one of our ARPA bills, and we passed part of this as it exists previously, and that is the part that allows $200,000 to be reimbursed per bed to any hospital that built an ICU bed during COVID crisis, and $50,000 for any negative pressure room bed. After negotiations with the House, that stands, and there will be $12 million available in appropriation for that expense. Added to this bill is a section on line 1335. This is called the Local Provider Innovation Grant Program, and it's to be administered by the State Department of Health. This program and the awards that are granted for that are used to strengthen and improve the healthcare system and increase access to health care for service providers to help communities achieve and maintain optimal health by providing transitional assistance to providers. The department may award an innovation grant to a local health care provider that applies in accordance with this section. This basically includes increasing the ability for telemedicine, for awarding grants to purchase needed computer software and information services that can allow doctors to talk to each other, clinics to talk to each other, hospitals to talk to each other, and among themselves. There will be a $250,000 maximum amount that any one grant applicant can receive, and that total program cost out of ARPA funds will be $25 million. If there are no questions, as the chairman has suggested, use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Polk, I think you answered most of my questions toward the end of your discourse. Anyone, nonprofit and for-profit, can apply for one of these innovation grants. Is that correct?
It is my understanding they can.
All right, and the maximum amount that can be received by any one entity is $250,000.
That is correct.
And the program will serve, the program will be capitalized at $25 million, and it goes away after the money's spent?
After the money's spent, or until 2026, or really 2024, when the federal government says we have to allocate all funds.
All right, and is this a from and after passage?
This is July 1st.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, Senator Polk, Senator Bryan, bill pass. Okay. Senator Bryan, have any others? Good. Senator Bryan, thank you very much. Senator Bryan passes. Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Suspend the rules. We'll take up item 130.
One moment, please, sir. 130, be House Bill 1747. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Call up the item. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
City of Clinton authorizes tax on restaurants to promote tourism, parks, and recreation.
My motion is we recommit.
130.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Thank you. Okay.
Senator Parks.
Senator Parks. Thank you, Senator Parks. I hadn't quite got to you. Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to suspend the rules and go back to item 150.
150, House Bill 1313. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1313, Fostering Access and Inspiring True Hope Faith Scholarship Program Act, create to provide post-secondary financial assistance to foster children.
Thank you. Asked to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator.
This bill, there has been 4 changes that have been made. If we looked at line 56, we reduced the age from 26 to 25. On line 109, we went from 6 years of eligibility school to 5 years. We also removed the term first money. And then we also put a cap of $1 million on this. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Simmons, present. D. Simmons, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Parks. Okay. Any others? Okay, we're going to, for just about 5 minutes, we're going to recognize Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Subject to call of the chair. Anticipate 10 minutes. All in favor, aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. I'd like to call the Senate to session. Senator Norwood, for what purpose? You good? Senator Thompson, for what purpose? Your light's on, sir?
None.
He's good. Senator Thompson passes. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to call a Rules Committee meeting in front of the chamber for a commending resolution immediately if possible.
Okay. And then Senator Chasnow. Just a minute.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to that item, House Bill 453, call it at, ask the title be read, please.
We need to suspend the rules first. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Thank you.
Opposed,
Yes, sir.
no. The ayes have it. One moment, please. I thought it was over. 1 second, please. It's okay to have a rules committee while we're doing this. Let's go.
My apologies.
Go ahead. We're ready. Bart, you're ready to explain, I think. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Suspend the rules to go to item 453, House Bill 453. Call it up and ask the title be read, please.
Rules were suspended, and then, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 453, Mississippi Tourism Recovery Fund, Round 2, and Mississippi Destination Development Fund create.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Bart Williams to explain the bill.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the DMO bill, the Destination Marketing Organization bill that we passed out of here a couple of times. I'm going to go through the changes on it. If any questions about what was in the original bill, I'll be glad to go through it. We started with a $30 million bill. That remains intact. There's an additional $10 million that's been added to the bill. Section number 3 talks about nonprofit museums. There's going to be $10 million, or $5 million, I'm sorry, there, that will be distributed to nonprofit museums. There's 3 buckets of money. One, a $0 to $300,000 ask is 25% of the dollars. A $300,000 to $700,000 ask is 35%. Anything over $700,000 is a 40% ask. Section 4 is Main Street associations. There'll be $5 million given out there. There are 48 Main Street associations throughout our state. 8 of them will get $125,000 each. Those are populations less than 25,000. Those 40 remaining with populations over 25,000 will get $100,000 each. There had been expressed concern the 2 times the bill was presented that we had 26 DMOs that are getting $30 million, that there weren't enough of that distributed throughout the state, so we've got the $5 million in there. Section 5 is the addition of the state song of Mississippi to the tourism bill. We did go through that and pass that out of here. There are a few changes on that part of it. I kind of want to go through the changes on what we have with the state song. One is the legislature desires to provide the state with numerous songs, not just one song. The song One Mississippi is designated as the contemporary music song. We'll also establish the Mississippi State Song Study Committee. With this, there are other genres. We've got country, we've got rhythm, we've got blues, we've got rock and roll, we've got gospel. We know that the soul of our state is in our music, but we've got Elvis Presley, we've got B.B. King, we've got so many people with so many different genres in our state. We think we want multiple songs. That's what this committee will spend the next 9 months working on, is coming back to this legislature next year with recommendations for songs in these different genres. The committees will be made up of 6 people. Those committees will be the following. The director of the Division of Tourism will be on this committee. The executive director of the Mississippi Tourism Association, the chair of Tourism House Committee, the chair of the Senate House Committee, the executive director of the Mississippi Arts Commission, and the director of the 2 Mississippi museums will all be on this committee. This committee will hold regular public meetings when it sees fit. They'll receive written public comments to collect and examine information as they go on their mission to try to come back and recommend public songs to us. They'll consult with experts as they see necessary to try to come up with multiple songs for our state. They'll make the commitments, they'll keep their minutes, and they will make a written recommendation to this legislature by the 31st of December of 2022. That is my understanding of the changes in this conference report from when it left us originally. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Williams.
Yes, sir.
Senator, can you go back a little slower on the extra $10 million, $5 million of which goes to museums, if I heard you correctly? All right, and can you tell me if there are any restrictions on which museums can be funded or not?
Yes, sir. Again, the qualifications for this $5 million, they have to meet the ARPA guidelines, of course. This is an ARPA bill, so all those monies come from there. The population will be less than, cities and municipalities that are less than 50,000. 25% of the $5 million will be at $0 to $300,000 asks. 35% it will be at $300,000 to $700,000 asks, and 40% will be at $700,000 and above.
Yes, if I understand you correctly, communities like South Haven, Jackson, Gulfport, perhaps Biloxi, are omitted from any eligibility for these funds if they exist in those communities.
Yes, sir, that is correct. My understanding of why the population cap is on that is trying to be more fair and equitable as we distribute the funds across the state. That question was asked in conference.
So museums that have a regional or statewide impact might stand a chance of being in those communities that I just listed.
Of course they are.
And they're omitted from this bill.
They're omitted from this bill. As I understand it, there are other capital expenditure dollars that are in conversation for those museums. Again, in conversation, I asked, what about these other museums that don't fall under this?
There are conversations, but do you know if in fact they're being included in any other piece of legislation that's still before us?
I currently do not. I will be glad to find an answer to that for you though, sir.
Okay. And do you think that it's fair that these communities that are a little larger, why wouldn't we just establish a separate category for them, just like we did with the 3 categories you listed?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me move over to asking you about this study committee.
As it relates to the
song.
Yes, sir.
You listed a number of organizations and individuals who head up those organizations. And if I heard you correctly, there are no African Americans that are eligible to serve on this committee, as these agencies currently exist. And even though we make up 40% of the population, and even though it's the music created by African Americans,
yes, sir,
that has influenced the music of the world, and yet there are no African Americans on this committee.
I did not look at the racial composition of the members of the committee, sir, but we can find out for sure and confirm that that is the case. I know that was not the intent.
Well, I can confirm for you that of those agency heads that you spoke of, there's not one African American who heads up those agencies or organizations.
I was just informed by counsel, sir, that the director of the 2 Mississippi museums is African American. Is that correct?
The director of the 2 Mississippi museums is Pam Jr. She is an African American female. My understanding was that the person who's over the whole ball of wax is the bride of our colleague Senator Blunt, and I don't have any issue or ill will for any of the folks who've been named, but I really think that if we're going to be fair about naming a state song in the state of Mississippi, we ought to have a stronger African-American presence on the panel that is considering this issue. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Yes, I would. And I know that this director is African-American. She's on that committee, and I believe the chair of this committee will be elected by the members of the committee. So I would say at this point in time, once that committee is formed, that chair will be elected by that group of people, which I would say she has as good a chance as any as being chosen as a chair.
Well, wouldn't you think it would be appropriate, because none of the folks whose name you just called out, or agencies whose names you called out, have any expertise, automatic expertise in music. They don't have any expertise in the history I would think that someone who has expertise in songwriting, or someone who has expertise in the music industry, or someone who has expertise in music history, should have been on this committee. And yet we've got a bunch of bureaucrats who are going to make this decision.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it? I would say that this is a good representative of the leadership of the agencies of our state, and as it says in there, one of their charges is to have public meetings. And I would think that with their wisdom, they would reach out to the experts in the given areas that you've just cited and try to solicit that, much in the way we hold our meetings when we're trying to do subject matter research. As we try to decide upon legislation, I would hope they would bring in that expertise and consider it.
Is the Grammy Museum director on this committee?
No.
So no, the one museum whose entire mission is about music has been omitted from the group, the panel. We have one of only 2 Grammy museums in the whole world in Cleveland, Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
And
Great
yet
museum.
they're not on this study committee. Do you think that makes sense?
I think we've got a good choice of 6 people that are going to be on this committee. And again, I think that we'll trust to their wisdom to seek out the expertise we have in and outside of our state to come to conclusions and make the recommendations for us.
Well, Senator Williams, I know there's been a lot of hard work put into this effort. The addition of this panel in this bill comes as a big surprise to me, and I think a lot of other folks, because we thought the issue had been resolved in the negative already, but you know, be that as it may, I think that it's ill-conceived that the leader of the one museum whose whole mission is about music is omitted, and that there's a scarcity of African Americans on this committee, and I think that's ill-conceived, and I would ask if you agree with me.
Well, I respect you, sir, and I respect your comments, and you know that I do that. And again, I think the intention of this is really not an ending point, but a starting point in the sense that we start with a contemporary song now. This committee is put together, and over the next 9 months, they will produce a piece of work to come back, we hope, with multiple songs across multiple genres about, you know, the diversity across our state, and we can come and look at a piece of work then. When we come in this next legislative session, hopefully at this time next year, we leave with a body of work that we have multiple songs on which we can be very proud of. I think the composition of the committee, your points are very valid, and I don't disagree with your statements. It doesn't disqualify, I think, the people that we have on here of being, you know, qualified professionals in their own rights about things that happen in Mississippi that relate to this area.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn.
Thank you,
Senator
Senator
McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir, of course.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Could you go over one more time? Senator Horn mentioned South Haven. Are we talking about a county's population, or are we talking about a municipality's population?
We're talking about a city's population.
So if South Haven has 2 cities that butt up to it, one being 27,000 and one being 19,000, then they could apply for the museum money.
Yes, as I understand it, the verbiage is this: located in municipalities with a population of not more than 50,000.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McCond.
Mr. President, just a friendly question to clarify a few things.
Yes,
Will
sir.
you yield for a question?
Yes,
Please
sir, Mr.
proceed,
President.
Senator McCon.
I just want to be sure, I want to go back to the Main Street part of this bill, and I know that y'all have worked diligently on these bills. I guess my question would be this. I understand there's funding going to the Mississippi Main Street Association. Is that correct? I believe
Yes,
we're
sir, $5 million.
Section 4, Section 4.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
My question is, and I pulled the number of members of Main Street. So you would have to be a member of the Main Street Association to receive a grant under that, would that be right?
Yes, sir, 48 members.
All right. Would it be available for a municipality to join at this time to become a member and be eligible?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
Would it be possible from the time that we pass this bill for a municipality to be eligible? I understand you're nodding your head, I'm getting there. But we've got 500, 1,000, and $10,000 levels. I just want to be sure that we can, at this point, have someone like, I only have one in my district.
I would default to council on that. My assumption is yes, this bill goes into effect July 1.
So if they got a membership going on, then we would be able to submit an application for a grant. That's all the clarification I want.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Frazier. For what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator? Senator Frazier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What is the purpose of the study committee?
The study committee for the song, sir?
Yes.
It is to there are 7 things lined out as far as the purpose of the subcommittee. For simplicity, I guess it may be best to read them. To hold regular public meetings when and where it sees fit. To receive written public comments in a manner under the terms and conditions as it sees fit. To collect, examine, and consider all information that it determines may be helpful in making a recommendation for the various genres of official songs for the state of Mississippi. To consult with experts, representatives of organizations and associations and others as it sees fit, whose knowledge or expertise may assist the committee in making its recommendation. To make any inquiries and conduct any business that may assist the committee in developing the various genres of official songs for the state of Mississippi. Keep the minutes of its meetings and make those minutes available to the public. And to make written recommendations for the various genres of official songs for the state of Mississippi, which shall be presented to the legislature not later than December 31 of this year.
And you have confidence in the committee ability to select a song from the different genres?
Yes, sir, I do.
If that's the case, why is the legislature selecting the contemporary song and not leaving it up to the committee?
That's a song that's been before us this session that we have discussed, and I would assume it's because we've already dealt with that song. I know that the copyright issue has been dealt with on that song, and I think the song holistically kind of talks about Mississippi, not from a genre. The contemporary genre is not blues, it's not rock and roll, it's not country. That's kind of my opinion of it.
And the committee would have the expertise to make that decision in terms of a contemporary song?
Yes.
So why are you taking that ability away from the committee to make that selection?
We've got the other genres for them to be able to do that. And if they come back with another recommendation for that contemporary song, I don't see why they couldn't do that.
But the contemporary song takes effect on July 1, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So before they have a chance to make a recommendation, this song that's been selected by the committee will have been declared the official state song of the state already, is that correct?
That is correct. I don't know that it excludes them in their research from looking at any genres. I think it says across all genres. And there may be genres not mentioned here that it comes up with.
So if the committee selects another contemporary song, we will come back and repeal this bill, this section?
I would say as a legislature, we have the ability to do that, yes, sir.
So just putting up additional roadblocks in terms of coming up with the different genres for official state songs for the state?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You're just putting up additional, is it true that you're putting up additional roadblock to that committee in its ability to come up with the different genres for the different state songs?
I may not understand, but I don't see it that way.
So you're just taking the ability away from selecting the contemporary song, because on July 1 we will have an official state song, the contemporary song, is that correct?
Well, yes. As I see it, this is the starting point, not the ending point. We will add multiple songs as we go forward. I hope we sit here a year from now with 5, 6, 7 state songs. We all, music is the soul of who we are, and we all experience different genres in different ways. And having that ability, I think, is imperative across different genres.
But in order for the committee to make a recommendation for a new contemporary song after July 1, this legislature have to come back and repeal the one that the legislature votes on in this session.
It appears so, yes, sir.
So the committee is very handicapped in terms of being free to select the different state songs for the state.
I think as it speaks to contemporary, with we already start with the song, it might make it more difficult to come up with a new one, but there's no verbiage in there that precludes them from looking at the contemporary genre and coming back with a different recommendation January 1.
Do you think they would overrule the will of the legislature in terms of a song?
They have that in their purview.
Pardon?
Sir?
And who will be selecting the members of the committee?
They're actually already in the conference report. They're different agency heads as who they are.
Repeat them.
The director of the Division of Tourism, the executive director of the Mississippi Tourism Association, the chair of the House Tourism Committee, the chair of the Senate Tourism Committee, the executive director of the Mississippi Arts Commission, and the director of the 2 Mississippi museums.
And they can select every song with the exception of the contemporary song.
In my opinion, they could select a contemporary song. If they want to change the contemporary song and make a recommendation to this body, to this legislature, they can do that.
And then we would have to repeal this song in order to adopt the recommendation.
If it passes, yes, sir.
It's strange fruit.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
The question of the chair. Has there
One
been
moment,
a new calendar?
Senator, you're not recognized yet. Senator Williams is not the chair. He's at the podium. We'll come back to the chair in a moment. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Turner, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I have a couple of simple questions.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
first one is, how can we get a list of the cities or municipalities that belong to the Main Street Association? And then secondly, with section 4, it refers to DFA having the authority to establish a program.
Yes, ma'am.
Have there been any discussions about what the parameters will be to qualify to receive the grant funds? Because it seems as though there's actually, I would say, funds available for each member of the association to receive a disbursement.
Yes, I think maybe going back to Senator McConn's question, I would assume at July 1, when this bill becomes law, all members of the Main Street Association would qualify for grants. It seems to be all-inclusive. There does not seem to be any exclusivity in that. I've got a map here that has all. I'll be glad to get that to you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Turner. Senator Sparks?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quickly, the smaller municipalities that were mentioned earlier, I just want to make sure you were on the ARPA committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And ARPA monies to municipalities, particularly the larger municipalities, did they receive a greater amount of ARPA money due to being a large population?
Yes, sir.
So they have other resources.
Yes.
And this is geared toward small municipalities that are Main Street, Mississippi members.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. As it relates to the music, I want to acknowledge this state is blessed with all genres, cultures, some of the most beautiful music in this country. So I understand this is going to be a difficult job. But one section, maybe I missed it, but section 7 is that Go Mississippi is repealed. That may be an important part of this bill that no one has mentioned.
It is.
So we can choose some wonderful music in the future, and there may be a contemporary song right now, but don't forget section 7.
Thank you, Senator. Very good point. Apologies for not mentioning that.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir. Senator Williams, ready for your motion, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd move for adoption on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
One moment, please. Senator Horn, please speak. Be recognized to speak on the conference report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I know that we are coming to the end of a very, very difficult session, and we're trying to get out of here, and we are trying to make the best decisions that we can make in the short period of time we've got left to make them. But this is a bad decision. Number one, when we talk about the museum program and how it works, we are leaving out Jackson, Gulfport, and South Haven. The population that I just Googled for population of largest cities in Mississippi as of 2022, Jackson is 151,196. Gulfport is 71,507. And South Haven is 58,183. So the largest cities in the state are being omitted. Where is the fairness in that? Now, I understand that folks want to make sure that smaller communities have an opportunity to get some funding for their museums, but it seems like we're doing it at the expense of the larger cities that have museums, where, as far as we know, there's no money for them. And in many instances, these cities, institutions of museums and whatnot, are helping to drive the tourism economy in our state. So I don't get the logic of our omitting these organizations. I think that we can protect the smaller communities while at the same time protect the larger communities as well, and put a fourth category in of eligibility for these larger communities. The second thing is the list of those folks who are going to serve on a committee to decide state songs in Mississippi. Maybe not the official state song, maybe there will be a recommendation for an official state song, but the various genres. And yet, number one, I don't see or hear where many of these organizations have the expertise to make a logical, sound decision that's based on scholarly observations and scholarly research. Why don't we have Delta State, which has a great music program there and has one of the best recording facilities there and one of the best musicologists in the country who works there? Why aren't they included? Why don't we have the Grammy Museum, we have two Grammy Museums in the world, one in Los Angeles and one in Cleveland, Mississippi. And their job is music. Their job is to help in the celebration of this country's musical legacy. And out of the 100 greatest artists, musicians and artists that Rolling Stone magazine named back about 10 years ago, 10 of them were from Mississippi. And all 10 of them are displayed and documented in the Grammy Museum. And yet the Grammy Museum director isn't on this. We have a number of musicologists, ethnomusicologists, programs in the state. Ole Miss has a great program. They're not on the list. Jackson State has a great program. They're not on the list. And so it just seems to me that we need to rethink this and add a couple more folks to ensure that there is great diversity of decision-making on it, that the panel would reflect more the demographics of this state. And I just think that would be a simple fix to the bill. So, Mr. President, I would move that we recommit this bill for further conference.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Williams, you're recognized to close.
Mr. President, the motion to recommit takes precedence.
One moment, please. Attorneys say that you have to be recognized to make the motion, and when you're speaking on the matter, you're not recognized for the motion. Okay, Senator, you're welcome. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to make this brief. In closing, I appreciate Senator Horn, I respect Senator Horn very much. I've just been made aware that we have line item budget amounts for all the Jackson museums in our budget, which is probably going to exceed the $5 million we're trying to spread out across the rest of the state. So I think the economics of this will definitely be addressed, confirmation to the previous point, Senator. And while the state song committee may not be perfect, I think it's an excellent start. I know that this is something that's come before this body before, and it's not gotten out of here. Again, this is not the end of the road, this is the beginning of the road. We end up with many different genres to celebrate the variety and the diversity of who we are as Mississippians, and I think this is something that we should celebrate, we should collectively be part of it. We're putting a vehicle in place to start with one song and end up with multiple songs, again, that express these genres, because our heritage is so rich here. It is time for us to do this. With that being said, Mr. President, I'd like to move for adoption of the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone else object to the procedure? Do you object to the procedure, Senator?
No, sir. I move to
Well, you can't move. We're on the objections to the procedure, sir. Do you object to the procedure? Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. Call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman,
Did you get Harkins came in?
Blunt, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Chisholm, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, McMahon, Michelle, Suber, Tate, Turner Ford, Wiggins, voting yes or yay: Barnett, Barrett, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Spark, Suber, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Frazier, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McDaniel, Norwood, Sojourner, and Thomas. Voting present, Butler the 36th, and Turner Ford.
Did I?
Blackman's not here. I mean, she's not here in the room. You coming up with 37?
Yeah,
You're coming up with 38. And Brandon didn't vote, Brian didn't vote, Blackman didn't vote. Okay. You got 37? I'm gonna count again. All right, that's 5, 8, 10, 12, 14. I got 18, 22, 24, 26, 30, 32, 34, 36. 37? 37? Yep.
That's 37 yeas, 7 nays. Vote of 37 yeas, 7 nays, and 2 present. The bill passes. Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on HB 453.
Motion to reconsider to the chairman. Thank you, Senator Chazanall. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I seek unanimous consent on Senate Bill 2063 conference report to make a correction that was on line 537. It referenced Mississippi Highway 278, and it's supposed to be U.S. Highway 278. And there was also one section that was left off under the resort status, and it was a facility used by a soccer club and located on Old Highway 11 between 1/10 and 2/10 of a mile from its intersection with Oak Grove Road in a county in which US 98 and Mississippi Highway 589 intersect.
Which bill was that?
Seeing no objection granted.
Thank you.
Which number?
Okay, we're back on the calendar for a moment. Anyone else? Anyone else?
16.
Okay, we're going to go to announcements. I'm sorry, Senator Hill?
Thank you, Mr. President. On the advice of Senator Polk, I'd like to suspend the rules and go to item 174 through 179 on the general calendar.
One moment, please, ma'am. 174 is on page 23 through what number, please, ma'am?
Through 179.
And to consider those in blank?
Yes, I'd like to take those up in block unless some...
First would be to
Suspend the rules.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, we're now on the in bank.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We got to get a vote there. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, we're on here, Senator Hill.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to take these up in block unless someone wants to set one aside and ask the titles be read.
Anyone want to set one aside? Anyone? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, read the titles, please.
Senate nomination number 38, Krista L. Alexander, Laurel, Mississippi Information Technology Services Authority, unexpired balance of a 5-year term effective July 23rd, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2026. Senate nomination number 60, Rita Teresa Ray, Brandon, Mississippi Public Procurement Review Board, 4-year term effective November 29, 2021, and ending June 30th, 2025. Senate nomination number 106, Norman Paul Catul, Madison, Mississippi, Public Procurement Review Board. Unexpired four-year term beginning immediately and ending June 30th, 2023. Vice, Ms. Leila Molesta. Senate nomination number 142, Kimberly L. Campbell, Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Department of Archives and History Board of Trustees, six-year term beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending January 1st, 2028. Senate nomination number 143, Elizabeth Betsy Hamilton, New Albany, Mississippi, Mississippi Department of Archives and History Board of Trustees, six-year term beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending January 1st, 2028. Senate nomination number 144, Julius Carter, Carter Burns, Natchez, Mississippi, Mississippi Department of Archives and History Board of Trustees, six-year term beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending January 1st, 2028.
Thank you. All these members' peer committee reports were clear, and we spoke to each and every member, and the new ones we had via Zoom so that the committee could ask them whatever questions. And the advice of the committee on all these nominees was to do advise and consent. So if there are no questions, my motion today on these nominations in block would be to do advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir? Wait, he's fine. Senator England, for what purpose?
I'll pass, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Barnett, for what purpose? Pass. Anyone else? Anyone else? Motion is to adopt by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Call, which be records voting no. Present? Seeing none. All are affirmed. Anything else on the calendar? Anything else on the calendar? We would remind all of you that any general bills not suspended by House Concurrent Resolution 89, those have to be recommitted for further conference by 8 p.m. tonight. 8 p.m. tonight. Okay, Senator Hobson is not here, but he asked me to inform the Senate. Bills will be downstairs. Conference committee reports will be downstairs in the two rooms that he indicated. And we'd ask y'all to come in before we start here. We'll get Senator Polk in a minute. Before we come in, and please execute those or not as you deem fit. Senator Tate. I'm sorry, Senator Bryan. And you're not Senator Tate.
Not right now. Mr. President, Public Health will meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. in room 216 for confirmations.
3 p.m., Senator? 3 p.m. Senator Simmons.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, a lot of members on the floor was trying to get an idea of what the weekend is going to look like. And in light of the suspension resolution, on paper, when do we have to sign it up?
April 6th, I think.
And what day? Is that next Wednesday?
I believe it is, sir.
And so I know we have to meet the 5-day rule based off the Constitution on the budget. And so we was trying to figure out, I guess I'm speaking for me and a lot of my colleagues, on if the chair has any idea what the weekend is going to look like that you would like to share, Mr. President?
Your weekend will look a lot like home.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Do we have Senator Jordan? For what purpose, sir? The light's on. Is it just hit by mistake? Okay, thank you. Senator Hill? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Jordan? For what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, for united consent, I would like to be added to item number 15620, Bill 2507, and co-author of Senate Bill 2820.
2820, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Hill?
Adjourn in memory, please.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I'd like the Senate to adjourn in memory of Raiden Miles Reed, an infant baby that was born and died in the same day in my district on February 15th, was a dear friend of mine's grandson. Also would like to adjourn in memory of my former mayor's mother, Tina Bailey Pierce, who passed away on March 15th, who is also a very dear friend and very well-liked member of my community.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, on yesterday we lost Mrs. Danielle Catchings, a longtime educator in the Jackson area who also was a victim of a long-standing illness. She passed away on yesterday, and she's the wife of Mr. Howard D. Catchings, a well-known business person in the state. And on behalf of Senators Norwood, Frazier, Blunt, Michelle, and myself, I'd like to ask that we adjourn in her memory.
Howard has been a tremendous asset to Jackson. We're very disappointed, very disheartened to learn of his loss. Okay. Senator Tate / Senator Bryan. We're ready. Senator Bryan, I'm sorry. I keep looking at the light. I don't see you. I apologize.
Mr. President, the view is different from here. When we adjourn, I would ask that we adjourn in memory of John Wilson of Amory, a school teacher who is survived by his family and thousands of former students.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourned today, Mr. President, I would like for us to adjourn in memory of Annie Harris, longtime educator in Macomb, Mississippi.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Reminding of the signing and also the 8 p.m. deadline. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until the last conference report is filed tonight, at which time the journal will reflect that we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Thank you so much for your hard work today.